Okay, we're good. What's going on, stream? Sorry for a little bit of a late start. I had some stuff come up. It's dealt with, at least as far as I know. Hope you guys are doing well. Hey, Passive. I don't know when you typed that, but if you're still here, what's going on? As you guys can see, we're back in Norath. Not sure what the game plan is this evening, but I think I want to try and make my way. I mean, we'll need a group. But I'm thinking I want to make my way to Nagafin. I think. We have to talk to Lord Nagafin in order to progress the Prismatic quest line. I'd like to get a group to be able to go down there. I haven't done it in probably 15 years. I don't remember much about it, but I believe we just have to get to the bottom of Solai, I believe. I'm okay, man. I'm okay. I got sucked back into Norath in another timeline, so we've been on this newish or newest progression server, or this origin server, I guess that's what they're calling it. I wouldn't necessarily call it a progression server, but we've been on it now for probably 2 months. When the server launched? Almost 2 months ago?
Hello.
About 2 months ago. You started playing on the server yourself? Right on, man. I went the right way. So how long ago did you start playing Passive? What class are you playing? What level are you? Barbarian Berserker? Gotcha. Trying to find out if Berserker can dual wield two-hand weapons. No. Berserker cannot dual wield two-hand weapons. Maybe down the road they can, but no they can't. On this server, I don't believe they're going to be able to. You're looking at either dual wielding, one-handers, or utilizing a two-hander. And then later on the Berserker gets modifiers through the alternate advancement window that amplify either dual wield or two-hand. But you cannot dual wield two-handers. This is not Diablo. Trying to see if we can get 3 more people in the group to go. What's the level? Soul Eye down towards the bottom. What's solid level? I guess 47 plus? Although we're really going down there to get fire and ice. Oh, I guess we should kill this.
Didn't expect to run into me again.
Who else do we need? We need... Blurb. Blurb right there. We got the placeholder here for one of the dudes that we need, so we'll kill the placeholder. I have no idea what the respawn time is. We will go this way and around the mountain. Or over. Could we go over? Oh, we can go over. Perfect. Nope, I already have that. I am so glad to have outleveled this content. Oh, there we go. Placeholder. Placeholder.
and regain your strength.
Let's see, I don't know what the respawn. Let me see if I can find out what the respawn time is. Doesn't say. You drowned while fighting fish? Oh no. Gotta watch that oxygen bar. We still need the monks too for the sash. I hope it's not long respawns for these guys. Crawling through Soul is going to take a while. Not even worth killing anything around here because it's all gray. I mean, I really don't have a use for it myself, but Beck and Bang could use this item. It's a wisdom intelligence item. I just want it so I can slap it in the house. What was it? Black Myth Wukong game? That game is doing gangbusters, man. Everybody's raving. Outside of a handful of crashes people are experiencing, that game is being talked up as Game of the Year. That is insane. Like, the game apparently, besides the handful of crashes, the game apparently plays phenomenal. I was following a fair bit of information on it today, and the unfortunate thing is, for those who don't know, this with the situation in China, the CCP, or the Chinese government, is behind everything. You know, if you see someone come out with a soda that ends up being the #1 soda in the world and everybody's drinking it, government's got their hands on it. Somebody comes out with the cure for cancer for whatever reason, government's got their hands on it. Like, they got everything on lockdown over there, which is unfortunate because Tencent, which of course the government has hands on, Tencent is like the largest game publisher slash developer slash whatever you want to call it in the world. They have like all the games like Honkai Star Rail and what's the other one that came out a couple years back? Oh, I can't think of the name. The anime inspired MMO. Anyways, apparently to the people who were given permission to stream or what have you, Black Myth Wukong, there were some stipulations involved, and people aren't allowed to talk politics. They're not allowed to discuss like the Chinese government, and it's because the company, I forget the name of the company that made what's the name of the company that made it? Like a 4-letter word. Rift? Self? I can't remember what it's called. Anyways, apparently, you know, more than likely it's because they're afraid of the government, because the government could step in and squash them, you know, or just looking at somebody funny. Which is unfortunate. That's how they operate over there. But with that said, for a massive single-player game, it's doing phenomenal. I think they had almost 2.5 million people on Steam alone playing it yesterday. 2.5 million? That's got to be a record. I think Cyberpunk held the record beforehand. Back when I played Cyberpunk, that was fun. I enjoyed my Cyberpunk playthrough. But yeah, the game apparently is pretty near flawless. Pulled so much stuff in 6 hours of Soul Eye this morning. You got 75% of a level? Wow, that's crazy. Hey, Robot, what's going on, man? You just can't get into single-player games anymore? I could because I'm streaming it, you know, because I can play it and then yap to you guys or what have you, you know. That I could do. But if I were to, like, there are some streamers who will play certain, they say that, or they tell their viewers that there's certain games that they'll play offline because they're not a fan of the interaction with the chat, or maybe they're not that good at the games and they make mistakes or more, you know, what have you. But for me, I don't think I could go offline and play a single player game today. I think I'd have to have streaming just because of the loudmouth that I am, or the social person that I am. I tell you, we had a lot of fun. So I haven't played Bloodborne, I haven't played Elden Ring, and I haven't played Black Myth Wukong. However, I told this story a couple times before. There was a viewer a few years ago before COVID, long before COVID. This is probably going back 7 years, I think. Might be 7 years when... Yeah, I'd say 7 years. Well, I've been streaming for what? I've been streaming for like a decade. So we'll say about 7 years. They had gifted me Dark Souls 1 at the time. Now, I own Demon Souls for the PlayStation... Was it PS2? No, PS3. Okay, PS3. I can't remember. Anyways, I have Demon Souls downstairs in the basement. But anyhow, but one of my viewers, he hasn't been around in a while because of real life, but one of my viewers gifted me a copy of Dark Souls 1. I think it was, I want to say it was around the holiday season, so I'm thinking December, sometime in December. I forget what I was playing at the time, but I believe it was when my EQ1 addiction had started. Or I was into my EQ1 addiction when I returned to the game, like 8 years ago. There was no obligation for me to play it. He didn't, you know, like, he gifted it to me, and he informed me that if I ever wanted to give something different a try, it'd be cool, but to post on Twitter about it, and that way he'd know so he could jump in and watch me play it. And I said, sure, no problem, you know, if we get around to it. In the back of my head, because I'm such a putz at times, in the back of my head, I was feeling a little bad because I'm like, well, he gifted me. And Stogrim, one of my other, you know, longtime viewers who pops in here time and again, he can attest to this, but a lot of times I'll end up caving and playing what's gifted. There's been 2 games that I haven't gotten to because they're massive in size, and I'm not sure if I'd have the time to dedicate. One is Persona... I think I was gifted Persona 4. Something about high school anime kids. It's like a role... excuse me. It's like a role-playing franchise or something. Anyways, I was gifted that to give it a go, and I never got around to it. But anyhow, one day... What were we doing? I think I'd already max leveled my first character, which would have been the warrior, and I think we were on off nights for raiding, and I decided to give Demon Souls a go. So I put it in, we started playing it, and I think my streams are up on the YouTube channel, I think. I'm pretty sure. Anyways, long story short, I got hooked. I went through Demon Souls 2, or sorry, Dark Souls 2, the Dark Souls 2 expansion, Dark Souls 3, I think it was Dark Souls 3 Ultimate Edition or something. I don't know. Played through the whole friggin' franchise. I got so hooked. That franchise was phenomenal. But then Bloodborne came out, and I was in EQ. And then Elden Ring came out, and I was in EQ. And now they've had games like Sekiro, or Sekiro, however you want to pronounce it. I was in EQ. And then they had, there was another game done in that style, Souls-like style. I forget the name of it at the moment. That I wanted to play. I think it just came out like within the last year, maybe 2 years. It wasn't Sekiro. It was oh shoot, I can't think of the name. I was in EQ, and now Wukong is out. I'm in EQ. I don't know what it is, man, but as far as single players go, dude, the Dark Souls franchise was phenomenal. I loved it. I got my butt handed to me a fair share. Not a lot, but a fair share. Please tell me you played the BioShock games. I did. And that was another gift that I had. That was at the beginning. That was back when... So I played... Oh, God, man. We're going back. I don't even know. I don't think these are on YouTube. I think these are before I started uploading. but I went through the Dishonored franchise, which is one of my all-time favorite franchises, period. And around the time I went through Dishonored, we went through Bioshock. It was recommended to me to give Bioshock a go. So again, played through the first one, got hooked, went to the second one like right after, and then went to the third one the second it came out. Now, apparently, there's a new game coming out that I don't know if it's done by the same crew that did Bioshock or if it's another Bioshock game. I heard Bioshock in the news recently for a new game, and I don't know if it's the same people coming out with a game that's similar to Bioshock. I don't know if it's another Bioshock type game. Something with Bioshock came out in the news recently. But Dishonored, oh my god, Dishonored was phenomenal. I would almost revisit the Dishonored franchise today and play through it all. Dishonored was just, my god, what an amazing game. Those guys were phenomenal. Man, if you guys want a very, very cool storyline as far as single player kind of stealth espionage type deal, Dishonored. All of Dishonored, the whole thing. Dishonored, Path of the Outsider, Dishonored, whatever the second one was called, just Dishonored. Dishonored was phenomenal. Ken Levine was the Bioshock guy. Right, okay, gotcha. I don't know what the respawn time is on this stuff. How long have we been here? I guess it's probably longer than 15 minutes, huh? I think we've been here that long. I hope it's not like 2 hours. What else did we play? I gotta bring up my channel now. I gotta see if it's up there. View the channel. Go to videos. Oh, Senua's Sacrifice, Hellblade. That was a cool game. Man, look at this. Oh, my Dragon Quest 9 or Dragon Quest 11 is up there. Tyranny was another great game. There's my Dark Souls playthrough. Yeah, Dark Souls 2. There's Dishonored, Dark Souls 1. South Park. Fallout 4. Dude. Oh, Metro. Oh my god, Metro. The Metro, if you guys... Yeah, Metro is another phenomenal franchise. Single-player franchise. What is happening? Lava? Oh, yeah, they've been going on for Magolamus or whatever. Yeah, if you go to YouTube and you look up what is it, at Krushnek, you'll come to my channel. It's only a small channel, but you'll see all the stuff. Well, not all the stuff. You'll see a lot of the stuff that I was playing over the years that I uploaded. I wouldn't have normally uploaded, but I had a couple of viewers who enjoyed watching my streams, but they couldn't be here for the majority of the time that I was streaming. So they had asked me if I'd be, cool enough to upload videos. I hadn't considered doing it before, and it's difficult when you're not doing this full time. And the reason why I say this is, to take 1 or 2 days off to upload videos, I feel myself as a waste of time. Especially with some of the games that I've played, and of course the fact that we've been in EQ for the better part of, not 8 years, 8.5 years. But I started uploading videos to YouTube, so what would happen is, at the end of my stream, when I sign off, I would immediately go to YouTube, grab the VOD, and then upload it to YouTube. The thing is, with YouTube, because I typically stream 4 to 5 hours, the amount of time it takes to upload to YouTube is between 3 and 3.5 hours, and it's a straight conversion, so the connection has to be established for the full 3.5 hours, can't even be disconnected for half a second. If it does, it's a do-over and you have to re-upload it from the beginning. That's why the majority of YouTube tend to be smaller clips, like 10-minute, 15-minute, half-hour. It's only streamers for the most part that put up 2, 3, 4, 5, 8-hour streams or what have you on YouTube. Anyways, without going too far off on a tangent, the problem was I started uploading stuff, but I couldn't stay up for the 3.5 hours because it'd be 4 a.m. before I go to bed. So I would start the upload and then go to bed. Now, I've got phenomenal internet, but for a while, there was almost an every other night pattern where the upload kept getting disconnected, and it lost the upload. By the time I get home the next day, there isn't enough time to go ahead and send the upload because I'd have to wait for the upload to go and then I could stream. But if I did that, I wouldn't start the stream until 10 o'clock at night and I'd only have a 2-hour stream. So I chose to stream over the uploads, and that's why you'll see uploads uploaded to a certain point, and then you won't see anything until, I think, maybe these EQ2 streams. I don't even know if these upload. I don't think I have these set up to upload. I think this is just for streaming purposes, but you'll see the stuff that I did upload over the years. I've been trying out the past 2 weeks. I've been trying out multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube, but we'll see. I mean, YouTube, there's no chatter or anything. There's no. I don't think many people are looking for EQ2 on YouTube, but I'm persistent. You've been playing Once Human? I have Once Human downloaded and updated, but I haven't jumped into it yet. I haven't tried it yet. I thought about giving it a try. It seemed interesting. Oh, right on, Vac. These guys spawn based on their marker, right? And then they path. It's not like they would path a mile away and then walk towards here. And they wouldn't have random respawns. They'd be on the same timer, right? I would think. Oh, those guys are green. Epic Games free game tomorrow is Callisto Protocol? Really? Dude, I wanted to play that when it came out, but I was... I know, I was in EQ. That's another phenomenal franchise, Dead Space. The dude behind Callisto Protocol is the dude that did Dead Space, and Dead Space, when I said Dishonored was one of my favorite, Dead Space is probably my all-time favorite franchise, single-player franchise. The Dead Space franchise, if you have not played it, you need to get the whole universe. You need to get the 3 games, you need to get the 2 movies, you need to get the animated short or whatever it was. You need to find out how to watch it chronologically, and you need to take in the whole thing. Man, oh man. I don't get scared often. There are 2 sequences in the history of video games that terrified the crap out of me to the point where I jumped and fell out of my chair. And I'm not even kidding. I wasn't expecting it, I wasn't sitting properly, and it caught me off guard. The first one was in a game called Fear, F-E-A-R, which stood for First Encounter Assault Recon. I think is what it stood for. I can't remember exactly. It was done by Sierra Games, but Fear was the first game, or the first moment. The second moment was Dead Space 2. I will not say what the scene is in case you guys haven't played it and you guys decide to play Dead Space, but Dead Space, the Fear franchise, that's another phenomenal franchise. Uncharted, that's another one, but that's console. That's not PC. But Dead Space, man, oh my god, Dead Space. I could play Dead Space right now. I could jump out and do a whole Dead Space franchise playthrough right now. Yeah, Fear 3 was a little different. Fear 3 seemed to be more... Fear 3 kind of did what Dead Space did for the second game. You know, it became more story, less scary. Or jumpy, I guess. Fear 3 was more... Oh, and Crisis. Crisis was another franchise that was phenomenal. Crisis 1 would still crash a computer today. Crisis was one of the only video games, I think, in history that became a benchmarking utility accidentally. Who's Chicken Wing? Chicken Wing's somebody in one of the viewers, right? Who's Chicken Wing again? Send me a tell. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure Chicken Wing's one of the viewers, but I can't remember who it is. This is the first time I've seen their character, I think. Ah, there you are. What's going on, Baked? It'd be nice if this dude would spawn. Maybe he's on a half-hour timer. We came to Firot temporarily, but Vec wanted one of the bouncers for the Stein of Magok. So we came up here for the one bouncer, and then we decided to check on the second bouncer. And we got placeholders. So we cleared the placeholders, and now we're waiting for the respawns. So there's going to be a ghost ogre that spawns here momentarily. And hopefully it's not named Green Blood something rather. Hopefully his name is Flurb. Or actually, we're not at... Are we at the Flurb camp? No, yeah, Flurb. Flurb is here. Bird is down below. That's a good question. For them it is. Bang being a mystic and Vec being an enchanter, or a coercer. The Stein would be perfect for them. It's not something I would use, but I still want it completed. It's still a heritage quest. I would just hold off on completing it until the level increase comes out. Is it just intelligence? I thought it was intelligence and wisdom. Let me take a look. Oh, you're right. 10 agility, 17 intelligence. Why are you using a torch? Who's using a torch? I'm not using a torch. Oh, wait. Yeah, what do you mean torch? Oh, up here? Charmite? I don't know. I've never changed it. It's just been up there. Hex dolls exist, but no, I don't have them, because again, I've been too lazy. Hex dolls don't drop off of anything, so I haven't bothered to go looking for them. Hey Roast, what's going on? You like EQ2 so much you didn't even log into Teak for Velios? I haven't logged into Teak at all, man, since I couldn't find groups with the guild, so I said, okay, I'm done. Let's jump into EQ2 and see what that's about. And then I got hooked. And I haven't been back. I don't think I'll be back on Teak at all. I think Krushnek over there is still level 49. I mean, when you spend 8 days trying to find a group and you can't find a group, As somebody who streams, it's not productive. So I made the decision to not do it. Which is funny because my guild was huge, but the problem is a lot of people play with a lot of boxes. So, and I'm finding EQ2 is the same way. Like this guild that I'm in, I've met maybe 10 people in it. We have like 500 tunes registered, and there might be 9 people that talk on a regular basis. And I've been here 2 months. I mean, truth be told, I'm not even sure why I'm in this. I mean, I'm hanging out with Vec and Bang, of course, but as far as a guild goes, this is not chill mode. This is not even remotely close to chill mode. When this guild came over, unfortunately, they had circles, because there's 2 or 3 crews that I've deciphered that hang out with each other for the most part, and it's you know, for someone who's new to the guild like myself, it's a negative. Especially, as I've said before, I'm a salesman, so first impressions are everything. Wasn't a great impression. Like, I mean, if you go back 2 months and watch all of my streams from this server, I pretty much threw everything together. I threw the groups together, I ran the stuff, like the guild didn't help, quote unquote, in anything. I had to throw everything together because I couldn't get anybody. I could not find anybody. It was only recently I started grouping with Vec. And I knew Bang, but Bang wasn't even in the guild at the time. I think Bang was in another guild, right, Bang? Yeah, and then Bang came over to this one after the other one, I think, split. Or maybe you both did. I don't remember. It's been a long time. Anyways, it definitely changed the experience for me because I felt like I was, you know, doing my own thing. Now, with that said, I've made a lot of friends. I can send tells right now to about 30 people, right now. I can send tells to about 30 people, different classes, and I can pretty much get them, if they're free, to do whatever we feel like doing, which is awesome. But I've met a bunch of yo-yos too. And I actually reverted to the EQ1 old school, and I'm going to cover most of the letters, but I have started a list of people that I will never group with or do anything with, period. I will never invite them to a group. Just because they're not the type of people I want to have in a group that goes on for any period of time. So I've actually gone ahead and done a list. You can send tells to 50 people, but they put you on ignore. I don't think anybody on this server has put me on ignore. I don't think so. Oh well, there might have been one. Back around level 10, I rolled on a book for a trade skill, and a player in the group had a shit fit, got their panties in a twist, cried bloody murder, dropped the group, and I've never heard from that individual again. That was weird. It was like a Yosemite Sam Tasmanian Devil explosion. It's just out of the blue. I'm assuming, you know? I'm assuming. I've bunched up boxers before, and I've bunched up briefs. I've never botched up panties, but I'm pretty sure they would be the more uncomfortable out of the 3 of those. So, that's my phrase. Don't get your panties in a twist. Oh man, what is the respawn time on these guys? This is Très Horrible. Ever try to fit beans and frank into a G-string? I don't know about that. G-strings and banana hammocks, you can keep them. I have no interest. But it's amazing, man. Some things never change. Some things never change, man. You'd think 20 years later, all the people that played the game would be 20 years older, so you would expect 99% of the population to be adults. But holy crap, do a lot of individuals act like kids. It is wild. It is wild how childish this server has been. Okay. Just stopped by to say, hey, I might go stream myself. One of whom is me. I've never tried streaming on YouTube. Is it streamlined as Twitch? There's not a whole lot to it. Twitch definitely is more advanced. You just pretty much, I mean, YouTube is just your, you know, your stream information, the title, a little blurb about yourself, and then go live. That's it. Twitch is different because you get into things like OBS, and then you can, you know, implement 500 different things into your stream. Now, with that being said, if you're going to be streaming EQ or the EQ franchise, I'm not sure that might be a good thing. I haven't had much luck with EQ1 and EQ2 on YouTube. I mean, now that could just be me. You can't use OBS. You can, but what I mean is, if you, like when you said, is it as streamlined as Twitch? It's not. You can't do anything inside YouTube. You can't do all the things inside YouTube that you can do in Twitch. Like when you go into Twitch, if you go into your dashboard, never mind OBS or Streamlabs or whatever it is you use, if you go into your dashboard, you can see that there are a few options for you to do as far as the quality of your stream, if you want chat on, if you want to age restrict your channel. The trick with the Everquest franchise is it seems people watch the videos, but they don't watch the streams. So, whatever that means, I would see, people watch your... Yeah, that's what I was just getting to, Beck. On YouTube for EQ, people will watch videos, but they won't watch the stream, or they tend to not stick around for the stream. I've been following the numbers for the past couple of weeks since I've been streaming. Now, this is EQ2, of course. And I get a few people that jump in throughout the evening. But as far as the majority, like if you look at some of the VODs on my channel, I think there's like 180 on one and 150 on another. Most of those come from people who have watched after the stream. So that could be they get bored. Yeah, I'm not really you know, pull your hair out, smash your TV type deal, you know. I'm more of a laid back, relaxed, informative stream, I like to think. I also like to think I'm more friendly for everybody, you know. I won't name the name of streamers, but there are streamers out there that I firmly believe get a really large audience and probably shouldn't have a lot of people watching them. But that's just me. PH Bouncer back up. Back in the first spot. Wait, where are you? Who's where? There's Bang. Bang called it. Where is he? Is he over here? I'm the guy you go to sleep to, you know? When you want to wind down for the day, or you're chilling, I'm probably the person you'd want to watch. If you want to get riled up, probably want to watch somebody else. But people tend to watch the VODs, more so. And to be truthful, the past week has been, unfortunately, bad for viewership. So, I don't know if it's because I'm level 50 and I'm not, you know, doing the grind. I mean, I'm grinding in another way because we're trying to get all the post-game stuff. Or the pre-raid stuff. So this is a placeholder. This is what we didn't want. Shot me down, bang bang. Chitty chitty bang bang. Bang-a-rang. Great, now you got me doing whips with bang. Response of that. We did the other one first? Yeah, I was thinking the same. That's why I was confused. That's why I asked earlier if they spawn like a mile away and then path. Maybe we have to go back south and check that other spot and see if they're up. That's how you sell a stream. Offer to do it with the Channer. You shot it down. When? In EQ2? What class is this you're playing now? This is a Guardian. So the way EQ2 worked back in 2004, they had advanced classes and then mastery. So what you would typically do is you would pick an archetype. So warrior, priest, mage, scout. For the first 10 levels, you had a certain set of skills that everybody got. Once you hit level 9, or once you maxed out level 9 to go to level 10, you would go talk to your trainer and they would send you on a quest line to unlock an advanced class. Then when you unlocked your advanced class, you would pick whatever your final class would be. For the warrior, it was the paladin it was the guardian or the berserker. So you would pick guardian or berserker. So I'm playing a guardian. Oh. We have another placeholder. Man. Son of a motherless goat. So it looks like, how long have we been waiting? Would you say 15 minutes or a half hour? I've lost track of time. Probably half hour? It's unfortunate not having track. So I guess now we go back north and wait. Let me mark, what time is it? Let's mark the time. 9:23. No, they don't path up here, or they do path on the road, don't they? So Bang is at Flurb. I guess we could sit here at Prud. But we need, what's the other one? We need Fug, right? Fug was the other guy? Or was Fug the one we didn't need? Where's Fug? Yeah, Fug and Flurb. There's Flurb. There's Flurb. There's Prud. Hey, Scrap. Far north? Ah, right there. Becca's on the way. Thank you, Scrap. Go east from there, Vec. Like straight east. Right there. Wherever you are, right there. That's the marker that I have. So somewhere's around here. Unless that was the one we just killed back down there. I do believe they have a very, very wide pathing. I don't think he's this far down. I think that third bouncer we killed, I think that was Fug. I don't see anything down here. This is too far. Yeah. I believe... I want to say now that third one we killed was definitely Fug. He's not up anywhere in this area. Man, I love the look of this zone now that we can get our graphics up all the way. Looks so good. Fate speaker. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's the Fate speaker. That's from Soul-I, right? That's the Fate speaker down by the teleport pad. Yeah, we gotta start spending time in Soul-I. My guild helped you get that? Right on. I'm pretty sure our guild has one of the largest presences on the server as far as number of players. Which is hilarious because we don't raid yet. Look, there's one of our guildies right there. Never seen that person before in my life, but there they go. I'm telling you, every day I'm running past guildies that I've never seen. Never group with, never talked to. We have like 500 plus people here. Is that who ran past me? Beck? That one of their alts? I swear, man, this guild is like plastered with boxes, alts, whatever. Well, hey, look. I've had Discord up ever since joining the guild 3 days into the server, and they all don't hang out in Discord. At least not when I'm streaming. Maybe during the daytime. But you're lucky to see 8 or 9 people, and it's usually the same people. Like Rule, Chloe, Arrow, Ajax. Out of 500 tunes, there's only 10 that frequent Discord. Like somebody earlier was having an issue in guild chat with finding people, and then somebody else mentioned blah 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 get on Discord. It's like, you can't say that. That can't be the excuse everybody uses in guild, because I've seen the server every day for the past 2 months, and there's no way the people that are talking in chat I've ever seen on the server ever, and I watch every evening. I have it right up next to me. Oh well, not tonight. Tonight I decided not to start it up. But point being, for someone to say, jump on Discord, that's where everybody is. No, they aren't. That's where a handful of people are. Oh god, another placeholder. So it's gotta be 15 minutes. But we don't need herd, right? So we don't have to go down there. We just need to stay around here. What placeholder would that have been? Would that have been Flurb's placeholder? Or would that have been Prud's? Yeah. We'll run up here and check. Okay, that's too far. Yo, dude, you gotta relax, man. How fast you think we are? That's right, man. Those thighs get a workout. Sooner or later, they start burning so bad it gets hard to move. Well, you are right. I am doing that. It's a bit much. Okay, so now it's just Flurb. It's your flubber, flubber, flurb, flurb, flurb. What was that Missy Elliott said? I'm pretty sure she says flurb in there somewhere. You use a stamina ring at all? What do we have for rings? We have 5 stamina. 5 stamina. Excuse me. Alright. I'll stay here and watch. There's like 3 different markers on the map. Ba-dum-bum-bum, ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Yeah, it's very unfortunate that the viewership just isn't there for EQ. I've seen 1 or 2 streamers. I mean, they still only have less than 50 people at a time watching them, which is unfortunate. I guess EQ will just never be that. I'd be concerned too, because as much as we would love EQ3, truth be told, let's not play devil's advocate. Let's just make the conclusion or the assumption that Everquest 3 is going to come out, say, in 2028. They said the first inference of it's going to be 2026. So I assume it'll have 2 years after that, and then they'll release it. So let's say the early access comes out in 2026. Would it be smart for them to build EQ3 around its predecessors, or build EQ3 based on games like Ashes of Creation, Pantheon, whatever other MMOs will exist in 2 years' time, right? That's really the discussion. And to say, if I were to ask that kind of question, let's say here on this server, in EQ2 right now, you'd get probably a dozen different trolls, just worthless people who you really just don't want to hang out with and think they're funny and they're not. But then with all the legitimate, honest feedback you get from people, they would probably say, do it like this game, or do it like these games, right? The predecessors. But I don't think that's what Darkpaw is going to go for. If Darkpaw is storyboarding EQ3 right now, they're going to want to make it like what Ashes of Creation is going to be. This doesn't sell today. It just doesn't. We're in a situation where people just don't have the time to invest in a game like EQ2 or EQ1. It will not happen. So I'm going to say this now. This will probably won't stay on record because these VODs get deleted 2 weeks later. But I will go on record and say that I believe EQ3 will be designed off of its current gaming scope and not this one or these ones. And that could be an issue. Yeah, Vec, I have no idea. No idea at all. But if EQ3 is inspired by EQ2 and EQ1, streamers won't get behind it, right? It will be too much of a grind for them to stick with it. So your biggest streamers that stream MMOs, like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, they won't get behind in EQ3 done in the vein of EQ1 and 2. It won't happen. It just won't. The salesman in me is saying it won't work that way. I mean, if they had money to burn, if they had money to throw at a fireplace, if they had a bunch of feces to throw at a wall, you know, to get some things to stick, then maybe they would design the next EQ2 or what have you. But I don't think that's going to happen, right? They're also going to want to see how they can make money from a new EQ, but the problem is they need the population. They need the population. They don't have the population in EQ1, they don't have the population in EQ2. EQ1 has higher population than EQ2, and this server has the highest population out of the other EQ2 servers. So that tells you right now where the audience is. I would love for there to be an EQ3 done in the vein of EQ2, but look like current day. Have a bit more, you know, rounded edges to the trees, not look rectangular, you know, or the plants. Like Pantheon. Pantheon's environment, when you're running through Pantheon and you look at the grass blows in the wind, man. Like, when you're looking at a cluster of trees in Pantheon from a distance, they move, they shimmer like as if you were looking into a forest in the like, there's some things with Pantheon in there and their graphics, the way the game looks, it's just cool. What you would hope for, you know, for the next EQ. Again, these are all just my opinions, but I'd like to think, you know, my opinions are closer to the truth than most. Nostalgia won't sell the next EQ. Or, let me rephrase that. Nostalgia won't grow the next EQ. It would be cool if it could look like secure. Vec, I just had it in my head. What if they made it... Now, hear me out entirely before you conclude from this first sentence. What if they made it Souls-like? Now, what I mean by that is, I don't mean Souls-like as in like Dark Souls or like that. What I mean is free-moving action, you know? Controller. I know it's a weird thing to say, but I don't think EQ3 is going to have 50 skills at the end game like EQ2 will, right? I think EQ3 will have 5 to 8. And you'll be able... If you guys have ever played Final Fantasy XIV before, you can play Final Fantasy XIV with a controller. Because you can hold a button to open up a sub-menu, and then hit one of 7 or 8 other buttons on your controller to activate skills. So people do that all the time. They're constantly hitting buttons on their controller. In essence, you could do that. But imagine running a group or a dungeon where the tank would have to actively stay in front, and then if the boss you're fighting had like an uber attack or a special ability, like the tank would have to roll out of the way, and meanwhile maybe they have like a giant AoE swing of the club or something, and then everybody else in the raid or the group would have to dodge or whatever, or else take damage. And you know, like, if I'm not saying it would be a great... It would definitely be a first. To do an MMORPG in the vein of Dark Souls and Bloodborne and all those Souls-like would be wild. I think it'd be wild. I think it'd be phenomenal if I could sit here with a controller and actively move and position and tank and what have you. Like, yeah, that would be pretty cool. I mean, right now it's pretty much for a tank. It's pretty much parking and knowing what skills to use when. Yes, something like New World Deadly. Yes. Similar to New World. But done in EQ... Listen, for all the crap that people give New World, you need to go back and play it. Because if you played the game in the beginning, or if you read anything online in the beginning like myself, New World sounded like a giant pile of garbage that you didn't want to touch with a 500-foot pole if you were a fan of MMORPGs like EQ and WoW and Final Fantasy. If you like DAOC and Lineage, New World might have been more your thing, but it was still a barren game, still empty. What that game is now is phenomenal. I've said this before. The max level in the game at the time that I was playing is level 60. I hit level 60 on my tank doing level 45 content. I hadn't even hit level 50 content, and I'd already hit level 60 from all the content. Because what had happened was, New World came out, and I'm not going to go into all the details because nobody cares. The world was barren. There wasn't a lot to do. Think of EQ2 in 2004. Think of Final Fantasy XIV when it first launched before it became a Realm Reborn. It was barren. There wasn't a lot to do, and it was up to the players to make content. Well, that was a problem right then and there because you had more trolls than solid people, and that was just a disaster. So, Amazon Game Studios had a change of heart, flipped the script, whatever you want to call it, and they started throwing in a bunch of PvE content, and they flushed out the game. And the game has so much stuff; it is wild. I still have, I still have my main character, my tank or whatever, in New World, maxed out, best gear for the time. I absolutely love New World. If they could do a New World style game in the vein of EQ, I'd be there in a heartbeat. I would definitely be there to be able to run an active dungeon. And when I say active, I mean you're having to move, dodge, roll. You have to hit a button to bring your shield up to block or what have you. Like you have to hold down a button in order to power up a move. Yeah, yeah. I did play Terra. Terra, Wildstar, and New World are kind of similar. You know, they have... Terra was the first to do it. Terra was touted... And for those of you who didn't play Terra, Terra was another MMORPG, but it was the first MMORPG to introduce telegraphing and real-time combat, or act... What do they call it? They called it... I think they called it active something combat. I can't remember what it was at the time, but it was fluid movement. There was no parking a mob, standing and hitting spells and trying not to get aggro. Or there was, you know, you ran in, the floor lit up in certain patterns, whether it was a club slam, a mace swing, a spear throw, whatever it was, and you had to dodge out of the way or sidestep or roll or dash or whatever. It was pretty cool. If they could do that with an EQ style world, with an Orath style world, that would be amazing. Now, the problem with that is you would have to be able to make the game would have to look like a Souls-like game, which is tough in itself because you got to remember all these Souls-like games in Sekiro and whatnot, they're all single-player experiences. Now, of course, Dark Souls has the invasion where a player can invade somebody's game and hinder them or fight them or whatever. Sure, okay, whatever. That's not what I would consider an MMORPG. But they would have to build a game that would look like and play like a Souls-like, but also hold hundreds, if not thousands, of players. That's a tall order. The hardware might be, you know, futuristic and more than powerful enough to run it, but you've got your internet to think about, right? Network connectivity is more important than having a $4,000 graphics card. You have to have an internet connection that can handle the constant transfer of packets back and forth. And if you have all that information from a Souls-like game with the database features of an Everquest style character sheet, it just makes for a lot many possible traffic jams, or you know, pile-ups, I guess you could say. So it might not necessarily work that great. Wildstar was working on it, but the problem with Wildstar was very difficult for a lot of people, and all those people left the game because they couldn't handle it. That was the bottom line. The game was too difficult for them. They weren't fast enough. They weren't paying attention to the movements of the enemies. They just kept dying. They kept ruining it for other people, and they stopped playing. Wildstar lost too many people. They couldn't pull a profit and they ended up shutting down, which sucks. Because if Wildstar would have stayed popular, I'd probably be playing it right now. But Wildstar was the most difficult... I shouldn't say difficult. Wildstar was the most challenging, the least accessible MMORPG that's ever been created. Ever. And you can't say that about any other game. It was Wildstar. Wildstar's downfall was because it was too challenging for people. I loved it. It was fun. I met some amazing people. But 80% of the population, it's not, and I wish I could say I'm exaggerating, but I'm not. 80% of the population couldn't handle the game, and they stopped playing. And those of us that were devout, that were fanatics about the game, that were excited to log in every day, we lost a whole lot of people to pull from to fill groups, and then we stopped playing. And that's pretty much when they, you know, buried Wildstar. What class did I play? In Wildstar, my main was an engineer. Of course I was a tank. I'd have to be a tank. I've been a tank for 20 years now. But yes, I was an engineer. I played one of the little, one of the squirrel dudes, whatever, what were they called? Little guys. I forget their name. I was really good too. Dude, I loved Wildstar. Wildstar was fantastic. But Vanguard was fantastic too. Vanguard's downfall, you guys have heard me say it, Vanguard's downfall was that they didn't listen to us in the beta, and they released a broken game. When all they had to do was roll it back. If they'd listened to us and rolled it back, the game would have come out flawless. Every single thing worked flawlessly until they implemented the last patch in beta, and that's when they broke almost everything. Oh, I guess we gotta be running looking for Flurb. Oh, Bang's already up there. Okay. We'll sit up by these ruins. What was my engineer's name? I don't even remember. Did I use Krushnek for my engineer's name? I might have used Krushnek for my engineer's name. I don't remember. Well, yeah, hey Pika, but Star Wars Galaxies also, what started Star Wars Galaxies' decline was the NGE. For anybody who doesn't, the NGE, or sorry, the NCE. The NCE was known as the New Combat Experience. The NCE allowed everybody to become a Jedi. But what are you back? Dude, man, dude, man. But yeah, when the New Combat Experience patch came... So, when Star Wars Galaxies first came out, you can think of a Jedi as... What's the item called in EQII that there's only one per server when you get it? Artifact? I forget what it's called. Anyways, if you had 1,000 people on a Star Wars Galaxy server, at the end game, say a year later, even 2 years later, you might have 6 Jedi out of 1,000 players. It was very, very difficult. It was like a souped-up steroidal mythic quest or epic quest for a weapon on steroids and then on steroids again. And it was arguably, some people might say it was the worst grind that's ever been introduced. Never mind the hell levels of EQ1. Trying to be a Jedi in original Star Wars Galaxies was virtually impossible for most of the population. Now, a few years later, New Combat Experience came in, or NCE. They made some changes to make combat a bit more friendly for people so that people would enjoy the game more, stay in the game longer, and be more active. The issue with this is, they completely changed the way players went about becoming a Jedi, and all you had to do was level 3 specific classes, do this semi-lengthy quest line, or training, and then poof, the option to be a Jedi opened up. So now all of a sudden, quote-unquote, everybody and their dog could be a Jedi. When that happened, a lot of people felt offended because the uniqueness wasn't there anymore, and they moved on. They started playing other stuff, and then other people followed. Then other people tried to become Jedis, and they realized that it was still a grind for them to level up 3 classes, so they stopped playing. And then it just devolved from there, which is unfortunate, because Star Wars Galaxies was pretty cool. If they could do a Star Wars Galaxies today, with like even EQ2 graphics, I'd be all in. I'd definitely be all in. If they could do a Star Wars Galaxies with today's graphics, or today's technology, whether it's UE5 or Unity, whatever, doesn't matter. If they did a new Star Wars Galaxies, I'd be all in. They won't do a new Star Wars Galaxies because with the canon being messed up and Disney doing what they can to right their Star Wars snafus, I think they just recently canceled Acolyte, which is unfortunate because I enjoyed the first season of Acolyte. I thought it was pretty good. I really enjoyed the Sith dude. I forget his name, but the quote-unquote bad guy. Star Wars Galaxies was a great game. Next to EQ2, Star Wars Galaxies had the best furniture or housing setup. Star Wars Galaxies, players built entire cities. You built your own store. You built a marketplace. You built your house. You built your friend's house. You built your neighbor's house. Star Wars Galaxies emulator server is still one of the most played private servers. Yeah. 33rd Profession was Mare. Only game I've ever seen to have that. Yeah, we could set the taxes and whatnot. Yeah, man, gaming's been pretty cool. Unfortunately, there have been some games that have missed their mark, you know? Now, we said all that about Star Wars Galaxies. Let's say Star Wars Galaxies didn't get the NCE, the new combat experience, whatever it was. Or, I keep saying NCE, but I want to say it was NGE. I want to say it was New Game Experience. But it might be New Combat Experience. I can't remember which one. It's either NGE or NCE. You might have to look it up. It's NGE. Okay, thank you, Pika. Yeah. So, NGE. Even if Star Wars Galaxies hadn't gotten the NGE update, it still wouldn't be around today. It wouldn't. There's just been too many things that have come out. WoW came out. WoW would have killed it. WoW would have absolutely destroyed the Star Wars Galaxies population. Because WoW destroyed everybody's population. EQ, Aeon, DAOC, Lineage, Horizons, all of them. All of the precursors WoW destroyed. I shouldn't even say WoW. I'll specifically say Blizzard. You had all the Blizzard StarCraft fans, you had the Blizzard Warcraft fans, and you had the Blizzard Diablo fans. From the old 286s, 386s, 486s, from before the internet. You know? Blizzard was a name. So Blizzard buried everybody. Now, here's the thing with World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft, it's a lot. I can't say it is. I'll say it was a lot easier for outside sources who didn't want to play the game but make money off of farming. It was a lot easier for you to do it in World of Warcraft because World of Warcraft was arguably the most accessible game. Other games weren't. There are farmers in EQ1, there are farmers in EQ2, there are farmers maybe in Final Fantasy XIV. I don't think there's farmers in ESO because I don't think there's any player market in ESO. I could be wrong there, but World of Warcraft made it easy for those outside sources to come in and make some money because people didn't necessarily want to grind for everything. And WoW didn't force you to grind for everything. With that said, shoot, Vec, you threw me off with that song, man. I started reading the lyrics and forgot what I was saying. What was I saying? I don't remember. Something about WoW. Oh, Star Wars Galaxies just wouldn't have been around. No, sorry. What I was talking about the whole farming situation. For those who might not have been around since the beginning of WoW, if you removed the farmers, if you removed the gold farming explosion that happened from overseas, you cut that off altogether. Let's say that never comes into World of Warcraft, ever, under any circumstances. World of Warcraft would not be the same game. And it might not be or might not have been as popular as it has been over the last 12, 13 years. Because those farmers allowed players to get stuff that they wouldn't normally have to worry about grinding for. Again, it's an old saying that I had as a kid. What makes people lazy makes money. So whatever saves you from doing something is benefiting somebody else, right? Making you lazy is a good thing. So if they hadn't had the farmers for the money and whatnot, it would have been a different experience, right? But that's what it coulda, shoulda. You know, you'd have to get a DeLorean and go back in time. Well, I would have died before Burning Crusade had the farmers not been there to populate it. Right, yeah, exactly. And of course, your diehard WoW fans will argue that, but I don't care. I know what it is. I was there. I went through it. I was there. It's no different than EQ1 and EQ2. The thing about the people will sit there, and I can say this because over the last 10 years of streaming, they've said it in my channel many times, especially when I first started streaming. People couldn't wrap their heads around why people were playing Everquest 1. Okay, now we all know Everquest 1 is a 30-year-old game. Whatever, 1999, I think it released. The social aspect of EverQuest. When people jumped into EverQuest back in 1998, the internet was brand new. The general public only started getting access to the internet around 1992, 1993. That's when we had dial-up modems. That's when we had 486s. The odd person had a 386. And if you guys don't know these terms, don't worry about it. But when EQ came out, kids and teenagers didn't have a computer, right? You didn't have computers in every household, not like today. The WoW generation, everybody had a computer of some sort in their house. Everybody. And if not, a kid probably got it by the time they were 10. You know, that's just the way it was with the WoW. I say the WoW generation, but I just mean anybody that was, say, 4 years old or older when World of Warcraft launched back in, 2004? So we're talking 20 years ago. EQ, when you think about aging people, you've got 1998 to 2004, so that's 6 years. So let's say you're an adult when you played EQ1. Kids didn't get into EQ1 back in the day because, like I said, everybody didn't have a computer. That's back when computers were $5,000. If I had my first computer that I had to go get a loan for $5,000, I would have to pay you $5,000 to take it from me. I would have to pay you to take it from me. So, with that said, the social aspect of EQ is what they got away from in World of Warcraft. Because the internet was splintering, right? When EverQuest came out, there were two products you could play in large-scale fashion. EverQuest 1 and Ultima Online. That was it. You don't need to reference any other games. They're not in this conversation. So you had EQ1 and you had Ultima Online. They were two multiplayer... I wouldn't call Ultima Online a massive multiplayer in the same sense as EQ1. Because yes, there were a lot of players in Ultima Online, but it wasn't like you set up guilds and ran groups and ran raids. It was more of a exploration with some PvP stuff thrown in. You know, you could kill somebody and then loot an item off their body or take their gear or what have you. It wasn't a very social game. The chat features, it's kind of like Destiny. Oh, placeholder again. Destiny, I've complained for like a decade on Destiny and how their social is... I don't know what moron designed their social system. But Ultima Online was just like that. EQ1, on the other hand, you've had 6 years to make a social game. WoW was 2019. Huh? No. World of Warcraft launched in 2004. What's 2019? World of Warcraft and EQ2 came out at the same time. They were like months apart. It's 2004. That's 6 years. 6 years away from EQ. So in those 6 years, you had adults, let's say 20 years or older. Let's just say 20 years or older. No high school student had a computer in 1998. Nobody. You can't tell me otherwise. Stop it. Only military and government had them. Computers weren't a thing. Computers were like diamonds in the rough. They were rare. You probably had one household in a neighborhood that had a computer. Anyways, I'm getting off track. EQ1 was a social thing, so over those 6 years, that's a long time for people to make friends. So when you make friends in EQ1, and then let's say you have a group of 12 people. A new person comes along and starts grouping with 5 of those people. They like those people they're grouped with. They get to know the other 6 people outside of those 5, and all of a sudden 12 become 13. And then another person comes along, and so on and so forth. With the communication in EQ1, EQ1 was like the penultimate experience for a massive multiplayer online role-playing game. When EQ1 was made, the mold was broken. Nobody's duplicated it, and all anybody's done is taken stuff from EQ1 and put it in their own product. But what I'm getting at is, the social aspect that's in EQ1 is not in World of Warcraft. Never has been, never will be. Because of that, relationships grew stronger in EQ1 than they did in World of Warcraft. So for people to say on this stream over the last 10 years, why are people playing EQ1? This game is 30 years old and it looks like crap and blah, blah, blah. They obviously don't know. You obviously aren't in the right mindset to be a social person. You're obviously not a social person. So stick to your ESO, Guild War, auto queue games and, stay away from EQ1. But the reason why EQ1 is still heavily populated today is social. It's all about social. It's not nostalgia. I can say nostalgia because I've been in EQ since the beginning, but it's social. It's all the relationships that have been made. All these games, Final Fantasy XIV, Elder Scrolls Online, Black Desert Online, Rift, Terra, Arcage, Lineage, DAOC, they all needed to have that social that they removed or didn't put in when they were creating their game that EQ had. EQ nailed it, first time out of the gate. First time out of the gate, EQ had the perfect social system. You could sort your chat by channels, by regions. Voice chat was becoming a thing. Everybody could connect. It was the perfect experience. But you never want to duplicate somebody's product. You always want to take the best stuff from something and make it your own. That's the whole point of innovation. But that's why EQ1 has been as popular as it has been over the last 3 decades. It's because of the social aspect. Second to that would be the experience. The games are not easy. EQ1 and EQ2 are not easy. On the live servers, yes, they're easy. But if you're playing Classic, if you're playing through the natural progression of the games, for the first decade, they are not easy. Not by any stretch. And that's by design. It's only years after the World of Warcraft experience, when they realized that World of Warcraft was retaining a larger audience because it was a friendlier game, that they said, you know what, we need to come up with ideas to make Norath a little bit friendlier. We need to be able to invite new people in easier and have the old people leave tougher. Or, that's not the right word. Less people leave. A slower experience to exit. There you go. So how do you do that? How do you keep the faithful and bring in the new, right? How do you keep in the faithful and bring in the new? Or keep the faithful and bring in the new. So that's what they did. Some people saw what they were doing, automatically got their panties in a twist and went to another game. Blah, 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 so on and so forth. Here we are today. But that's why EQ has been the standard. I mean, what were we talking about a few months ago? Norath has 50 expansions. 50. There will never be another product based on a single entity, such as a world, that will have that much content. And that's why I feel like World of Warcraft players got ripped off. Because the game has been out for 20 years, and they've had, 10 expansions? How many expansions has WoW had? 10? I think? 11? I feel like World of Warcraft players got ripped off. Blizzard was a much larger organization than SOE. Blizzard was a way bigger organization than Daybreak. Blizzard is a massive organization compared to Darkpaw, and I still feel like the World of Warcraft faithful got ripped off. I don't feel like they got... I mean, they themselves can turn around and say, I got my money's worth? Sure. But when you're comparing apples to oranges, it's not the same. 50 expansions versus... let's say 29 expansions in EQ over 30 years. That's an expansion a year. WoW was getting an expansion like every 3 years. Or 2 years. And with that, when the expansion released in World of Warcraft, the best guilds in the game finished everything in 2 weeks. I watched it happen. Every single expansion to this date, the top guilds had everything beat within 2 weeks. That to me is horrendous. That is horrible. That is shipping 5 cents worth of value and charging $100 to play it. Or whatever. It was insane that people were done with the WoW expansions 2 weeks after they came out. In EQ1 and EQ2, EQ2 especially, it could take you a year. It could take the best guilds a year, or close to a year, to get through the new raiding content. There was always, that's the difference, like, that's the difference. That's the difference. EQ2 was always a more challenging experience, always. And unfortunately, it only kept the most sturdiest of players. Everybody else left and went to WoW. Final Fantasy XIV was the same way. Final Fantasy XIV, the problem with Final Fantasy XIV's content was pretty straightforward. The big problem with Final Fantasy XIV was finding people. Final Fantasy XIV suffered at finding people. And if you played Final Fantasy XIV, you know what I'm talking about. Because nobody could organize Coil of Bahamut raids. Nobody. It took 8 hours to get 8 people or whatever. 10 people or however big it was to do a coil, let alone 5. It was insane. It was insane. But out of all the MMORPGs I've played in the last 30 years, Norath hands down has the best players. And when I say best players, I mean all around. Social, technical, apt, attentive, whatever it is. Who stole my hair? You guys did. You guys stole my hair. That's what happened. No, man, I've had a shaved head, I don't know, since I was like 17, I think. I was in modeling. I was in the modeling world for a brief period of time, and after I got out of that, I started shaving my head. And I've always shaved my head. I actually just shaved like 2 days ago. You cannot bring that many new people into EQ2 even on live. They're just way too many systems. No new person can figure it out. True. Now, I haven't created a character. I haven't created a character on a live server in a very long time because I have my mains. So I have not gone through a fresh live experience, and I don't believe I ever will. I'd have to be paid to do that. Even leveling through Vex seemed like a single-player game because there were only certain breakpoints where you grouped up with somebody. And it was a queued system. You would queue for the part of the story, right? And then it spit you back out by yourself, and then you did a whole big portion of the game, and then it queued you up for a group event. And then it spit you back out to the single player, and then it queued you up for a group event. You didn't have to go looking for groups in Final Fantasy XIV. Everything, that's another strike against those type of games versus EverQuest. EverQuest has never been like that. It gets a queuing system, and some could say instances and agents of change were a queuing system. But the problem with Final Fantasy XIV, for those who don't know, you would start and go through this massive story. The story was the story of Final Fantasy XIV up to date before this newest expansion was fantastic. I played through it. I think we did it on stream. Yeah, we would have had to have done it on stream. So it was phenomenal. But the thing was, you went so far as a solo player, and then you would have to queue up to an event to get paired with people to autofill your slots to go in and do a group encounter. You would go through almost like a raid type or a raid type dungeon or a group type dungeon And then once you got to the end boss and the cinematic triggered, you were kicked back out like in Destiny, and you were single player again. And then you went through a portion of the game single player, and then you queued up again for a group event. You never met anybody or had anybody that you needed to group up with to go through the story and get it done outside of those auto queue moments. But that was intentional, because games today, they're not looking for you to be social. Social doesn't get stuff done, right? A lot of people jump into EQ1 and EQ2 so they can hang out and talk to the people that they've known for 5, 10, 15 years. Games today, you can't do that. I believe the next game that's going to allow you to do that will be Ashes of Creation, because Ashes of Creation is going to have PvP as a focus, which means you're going to need to communicate. So all those systems you had in EQ1 for communication, you will have in Ashes of Creation. PH again? Where are you? West. We are not having much luck with Flurb, man. Flurb is being a turd. Unlike Mr. Hurd, who was up pretty much out when we first got here. Where is he? Oh, there he is. What's with them spawning in trees? Didn't we just kill the last guy? Didn't I just pull the last guy out of a tree? Oh, did I? What did I do with my phone? Ah, shoot. I gotta go AFK after this guy for a minute. I left my phone downstairs. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta switch to the AFK or the be right back screen for a minute. I gotta go grab my phone and I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. It's always interesting. Okay, maybe you guys can answer this for me. Maybe you guys have never done this before, but I'm going to ask anyways. Typically, when I have to go AFK, which doesn't happen often, I might only be gone 1, 2, 3 minutes. A lot of times when I come back, people will have typed something or asked me something, and then when I respond to them, they don't respond back, and I realize they're no longer in the channel. Do you guys pop out whenever I go be right back? And if so, can I ask why? I feel like viewers, the reason why I say this is, it's not about me, but it's about you guys as viewers. Because if you guys pop out, and then I happen to come back after 2 or 3 minutes, you jump back in, chances are you're probably going to get hit with ads, right? Because you're rejoining or reconnecting to a stream. If you're watching a streamer and they go be right back, if you plan on revisiting them or if you want to keep watching them through the evening, it's best to just leave the stream up That way you don't get as many ads, you know, when you're jumping in between. I'm just saying. Just saying. It's happened many times over the years, and I've always been puzzled as to why people will do that and then jump back in, and when they come back in, I start talking to them and they say ads. Like, well, you shouldn't have left. Is it just people don't understand how the system works? Is that it? People think I'm going to be gone a half hour? I'm just curious to know. That's all. I mean, you can keep doing it, I guess, if you want. You know, you get the ads, it's good for me, but... I pop out if another streamer is playing something I'm interested in, but I don't have to worry about ads. Right. Yeah, but exactly, Stogrim, and that's because you're subbed to the channel. Deadly also. People's ADHD, impatient brains. I'm just here to chill, learn some interesting facts, and enjoy. Gotcha. Yeah, it's interesting, because I get people that will ask something in chat, and I'll be AFK, or maybe I'll be in the middle of a fight, or I'll be doing something. People must assume that I'm looking at chat every second of the stream, and even though I'm really good at talking to you guys almost like live, like almost in parody, doesn't mean I'm watching the chat every second of the day. It's off to the side, so I miss some stuff. But there are people who I have stopped talking to now because they jump in the channel, they type something, I don't get back to them within 45 seconds, and they leave. So I've made note of their name, and when they come back into the channel and say something, I just don't talk to them. I ignore them. Because they keep doing it. And it blows my mind. If your attention span is that short, you need to stop watching all streamers, period. I watch you for conversation stories, even though sometimes I want to watch a new game, see if I'll drop money on it, pop out and watch those games when you're at break. Okay, and that's perfectly fine. But it's more about the people who jump in and then jump out just because I'm not here, specifically because I'm away, and then when I come back, they come back later, or they just don't stop back because I'd gone AF. Like it's just weird to me. It's just weird. You guys, like when you're watching streamers, if they go AFK or if they go be right back or what have you, or even if like you watch an IRL streamer and they lose connection, a lot of times they have a splash screen that comes up. Leave their stream open and then open up somebody else's. But just so you know, if you close the stream or leave the stream and then revisit the stream later, chances are within the first couple minutes you're going to get hit with ads. Whereas if you just stayed in the stream, you'd be okay. You might still get the regular, scheduled ads on the stream, but you won't get the additional ads that you might get by dropping a stream and signing back in. Of course, if you're a subscriber, that's a different story. If you sub to a stream, you won't get ads, period. I'm trying to do something real quick on my phone. I was asked to do something earlier and I completely forgot about it. I don't take offense. Don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining. But I just, I feel like like I said, if you guys want the extra ads, that's cool, I guess. I find it puzzling. Oh, that'll work. Okay, what's today? Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah. Okay, that's done. I only watch stream. Oh, what did you say? I only watch streams where the host has one eye on chat every second and never goes AFK, even if he's playing for 10 hours straight. Right? Right? Exactly. Hey, look, there are some streamers out there that do that and have done that for a long time. Now, some people have learned. One of the streamers that I watch, he's one of the oldest streamers on here, Summit. He used to sit. Well, he still has the odd stream where he sits for an unnecessarily lengthy amount of time. Like, you really should get up every 4 hours at least, if not every couple of hours, and do some stretching. No matter what your age is, you really should. I should be doing it. And I don't. You guys should be doing it too. I'm sure you guys are doing it. You guys just have to bring up a stream, and then you can get up and do whatever you need around the place, and then plop back down when you're ready. I actually bought a device at my local dollar store. It's a flexible lasso that goes around your neck, and it has a clip frame that you can put your cell phone in, and it frees up my hands, and I can actually watch a stream while I'm doing stuff. I can walk around the house with it around my neck while I'm doing stuff. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's not what I wanted. PH again? Right, yes, you guys are down there. Uh-oh, why did that not load? What did you guys do? Okay. Alright. Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. Somebody tag. Oh, you tagged another one? Yeah, this would be Prud. Or Prud, I guess.
They will not defeat us again.
5-minute kill turned into an hour 20. I know, right? Welcome to EQ. Okay, that's done. Oh my goodness, that took forever. Okay, that's done. Is that a flurb point? No, it's Prud. That's flurb. Alright, we'll stay right here and watch. Welcome to Everquest, where you're ever questing to get stuff done. What are you guys in chat doing? You guys doing anything that is not EQ2? Not much on your end? You're too tense? Maybe you need a massage. Oh, I forgot to mend. Whoops. Come on, Flurb. Come on, Flurb. We need Flurb to spawn, man. If I'm not mistaken, once we get this guy, we only have one slightly difficult fight, and then I think we're done. Well, we have to craft the finished product if memory serves, but I believe there's a dude after this we have to fight, and I think he can prove to be difficult. Ah, Clerg, right, okay. Gotcha. And he's a triggered spawn, right? I think you have to swim to the bottom of the pond. EH at you, okay. Man, Flurb will just not spawn. Should we go looking for the other ones and just kill them too? Maybe that'll help increase our chance. Maybe they'll spawn placeholders for the other ones. If there's a named up. It shouldn't work that way. I'm just saying, you know, I'm trying to come up with way. I mean, we've had this has been the same placeholder, what, 4 times now? Okay, so you see how the Fiat looks right now. And that's extreme quality. Let's go extreme performance. Look at the difference. We had to play like this back at launch because it was the smoothest way to play with DSL and cable internet connections, not to mention a lot of people still were coming out of the whole dial-up era. We had to play like this so that the game couldn't render anything worthwhile. And then let's go high performance. So we get a couple more trees, some fill in, we get the lighting. For about the 20 balance is usually what everybody had it on. So balance introduces a bit of shading, some more foliage, as you can see. This is where most people played for a good portion of the first decade of the game, because anything in the quality stage would crash out with graphics cards. It just did. However, now we go extreme quality. You get the warning about the RAM crash. Then it adds depth, more solid features to the trees. Characters are more defined. You can see the ridges in the armor and the shield. Sky effect is in. You can see the coloration of the sky. And there's no crashing out now that they've got it set up for DirectX 11, which is fantastic. Oh, and you got the shadows. See the shadows that brush across the shield from the trees? Dude, this is how the game was meant to be played back in 2004. Sadly, that isn't what happened, but that's what it was supposed to be. Even the lizard is up more detailed with the scales. You can see it even looks like it's bumped rigid right here. Every time we go first person, I keep thinking I'm like 10 inches high. It looks like we're 10 inches high. I mean, am I wrong? Maybe a foot? And I'm an ogre. I just barely see over the shrubs. Oh, I guess I kind of just barely see over the shrubs. Alright, never mind. Come on, Flurb, where are you? Come on, Flurb. When they made the original engine, they thought we'd probably be running the CPU at 20 gigs, not have 60. Yeah. It's like I said earlier, that reminds me of Crysis. When Crysis first came out, it was the first game of its type to be designed the way that it was. And Crysis could not run even on the highest computers, which back then were legitimately $6,000, $7,000. Even back then, I still have my Crysis box, I think, behind me. I think I have Crysis. I have the boxes for Crysis 1 and 2, and then I have 3, I think, as part of EA's digital setup. Anyways, Crysis would always crash, always. Crysis actually bricked people's computers. For those who don't know, brick means kill, which means your computer died. Not faulty, not rebooted, not crashed, died. The processor overheated, your video card melted, that stuff happened because of Crysis. You can look it up online. It's like gaming lore or computer lore. 10 years later, when technology had evolved, processors had become 50 times more powerful, graphics cards were 200 times more powerful, Crysis was still crashing computers. I'm fairly certain that if I installed Crysis right now on this PC and started playing, it would crash at some point. Crysis inadvertently became one of the best benchmarking utilities that existed, and it was completely unintentional. They had no idea Crysis was going to brick people's computers. But Crysis became a benchmarking utility. It was a phenomenal game, but the graphics were just too much for everything. The way it rendered trees, a lot of the game put you in, if not a city setting, in a forest setting or a jungle setting, and all the trees would crash your computer. You could feel it coming too, because your computer would light up and make a whole lot of grumbling noise, and then your whole system would just shut down. I had to deal with a handful of reboots. Thankfully, I didn't brick my computer, and I was able to play it for the most part through 3 or 4 different playthroughs over the years. But at this point, I refuse to play it again because I don't want it to brick my computer. There was something in the way it was programmed that spins everything up beyond its max. Let me ask you guys a question. I just had a bot jump in the channel. Did you guys see what the bot posted? Or do you guys not see it? Last thing you would see is the comment from Vec. Did not see it. Interesting. I haven't seen a bot in this channel in a long time because it's EQ. But I guess they're out now. They upgraded the security protocol to streaming to help protect viewers against bots, because they'll come in and defeat the system and post links that somebody's bound to click on. Placeholder. That look legit but aren't. And it's warning me, it's letting me know that it believes it's they call it a harasser. I do, but there's they have a way to circumvent. That's what this new security feature does. Whatever they're doing, there are ways that people end up squeezing these through. I'm not going to give away what I'm looking at. I'm not going to give away what I see, just, you know, just for security reasons, but yeah, for some reason it felt like flagging it. I haven't seen that. That's new to me. That's a bard named Ludwig. We've had nothing but placeholders. That's the 6th one, right? Or 5th one. Like all this, like, see the shadow right there? The fact the shadow moves based on the camera? Dude, that looks so good. This is probably the coolest looking zone, I think. As far as graphical appeal. I can't think of anything else. Everfrost is too barren. Zek is barren. Enchanted Lands is hilly with a handful of trees. But this one looks like a true jungle. Ooh. Would you guys happen to have a spare glimmering material if I need one? For the Combine? Nectalos is the worst? Just high enough so that you can't run up them? Yeah. I haven't done any harvesting, so I don't have any glimmering material, but apparently you need one to craft the Stein. I shouldn't say apparently. You need one to craft the Stein. "4 days. That's the guy we were grouped with last night. I would say no. I'm not looking to join it. I'm not looking to join any raid. What are they making a raid for? Mag already went down. What else would they need it for? Doing Fire and Ice? Oh, we're not there yet. That's the Russian guy? Ah, gotcha. Oh, is that Mother Russia? That the guild? I know there's a Mother Russia guild on the server. The other night you were in a group. You were the only one. Were you here when I used to talk about Aeon or Ion? When I was on Team Korea? Oh, you heard that? Okay. Yeah, I was like the only one that spoke English. I mean, two of them spoke really broken English, but it was enough that I understood what they were saying when they would say it. But I was the only English-speaking person in Team Korea back on Ion. That was interesting. I mean, we had the server locked down. We had all the contested mobs on lock, but It's very difficult when everybody's typing Korean and I have no idea what anybody's saying. All the symbols that would pop up in chat, oh, forget it. I love that game, man. We were the best clan in the game. We had the Abyss on lockdown every weekend. Every weekend we were the guys that went in. I was the tank. I was, out of thousands of people, I was the guy that would go in and tank the general or the commander, while the rest of my race would help fend off the opposing race. It was pretty wild. That was a big deal then too. That sounds weird. Same guy that messaged me was asking that tank in my group this morning to run neck 2. Ah. I went back a few years later to Aeon and it was all pay to win. Oh, really? Oh, that's a shame. Well, I think didn't they try to reborn Aeon? Didn't they try and make it? Didn't they try and rebrand it? I think they tried to do what Lineage did. Lineage, I think, had a version of Lineage 2 that played on mobile. What they call it? Lineage Ascension? No, Lineage something? I can't remember. Tank did get a couple pieces of tank armor off named. In Soli? Is that where you were? In Soli? Do you remember where in Soli you were? Just sent you a tell saying they're doing an epic raid for loot. Why am I not getting these tells? They must have tanks already. Rude. Going after the healers first. How rude. You had Nessie, dude. You lucky bugger. Man, I need to stop playing the game. I can't get a night job so I can be up during the morning. That's not a thing. Can't do that. There's more action going on in the daytime than there is at night. What is happening? That's not how this is supposed to work. Every time I talk to somebody who's done like 1,000 things, they've done it during the daytime. You aren't the only person I've had this kind of conversation with. I believe you're right, Bang. I believe there are a lot more European players on this server. Oh, I got a ghost up. Who do we have? Oh, son of a gun. That's 6 now. And we wait another 15 minutes. I agree. This is ridiculous. We should not have, and we should not have 6 placeholders on the same spawn. It's not like we killed 4 different spawns and got placeholders each time. It's the same spawn, and we've gotten 6 placeholders. Imagine if there was one other group working on this. Nobody would ever get stuff done. I just got a new mouth, apparently. I'm breaking it in. If I wrote quests, I would add more steps to the quest rather than a rare mob. Yeah, I agree. That's another problem with an EQ style game, right? Imagine if you're camping this guy and you only have, I mean, asking someone to set 5 hours aside of their day to play a game can be a lot today. If you're not, retired and set up, or, your bills are all covered, you don't have to work, let's say, or you're a streamer or a gamer who, makes their income playing the game. But getting a player to log in for 5 hours to do something, you'd want to be able to get a handful of things done in 5 hours, because people don't have all this time available. You guys have seen it with every group that I've run since the beginning of the server. I can count on one hand how many groups have stayed together for 2 hours or more. Every other group starts falling apart and me having to get reps within like an hour of a group being together. So when you get into a thing like this, so we're here now, and what if we didn't get him the whole night, right? We do the burn the 5 hours, this guy doesn't spawn. And then you can log in tomorrow, and you say, okay, well, I'll give it one more night. You try another 5 hours, and you still don't get him to spawn. There's a chance. There's a chance that you don't get the mob you're looking for in like 2 days. Then someone's going to say, you know what, I think I'm done. I can't do this. I'm not saying it has to be a name spawn every time. I'm just saying 6 placeholders in a row, that's some crappy design. There should be a modifier that says chance for a name to spawn, say, is 5%. If next spawn is placeholder, add 2% to spawn time, or add 5% to spawn time, so then the next spawn is a 10% chance of the, or something like that. That's not how it's done, and I don't know if you could do it that way, but that would make more sense than having 6 placeholder spawns in a row for the same mob. Want to buy tank service for Runny-Eye. I said that in the beginning. I said once I get to level 50, because most guilds will have their tanks already picked out, I'll have to rent myself out. Start making money by charging per hour. Why did a waypoint come up? Oh, somebody's owned. Oh, you checking for another Firot? Oh, you're in Firot too. Oh, please tell me you find a flurb. How many people are in that pick, Bang? I say pick because that's what we say in EQ1. 12. Looking for tank Runny-Eye. We give for free 1 floppy disk with SimCity 1.44 megabytes. I see their 1 floppy disk with 1.44 megabytes, and I raise them a floppy disk with 1.44 megabytes. Those who don't know, this was the technology before the majority of Twitch was born. This is a 3.5 inch disc. Oh, sorry, diskette. 3.5 inch diskette, which used to be my boot disk for Windows 2000, apparently. Disk number 2. I used to have a 5 1/4 nub stub, but I don't know what I did with it, and I kept them on purpose because I used to show viewers all the time. Back when I first started streaming about 10 years ago, the viewers were mostly young. They had no idea what these were. No idea, so I kept them just for a little history lesson. Still has the spring. Still has the little read-write tab. That was your hard drive, people. That was your hard drive, right there. That was your hard drive. And it's no longer floppy because those were older, right? How about tape drives? How about when there used to be tape drives? You used to put the tape in, you have to wait for the tape to spin up to the right proper place, or possibly rewind all the way back to the beginning of a side in order to get the start of a program. Good old tape drives. Man, I remember getting Might and Magic 1, I think Worlds of Zine. And I remember it coming on like 16 of these. And you had to take like 5 minutes a disc. So you took this disc and you put this disc in the computer, and it would take forever to read-write the files from this floppy to the memory. Then it would ask you for disc 2. You'd have to pop out the disc, find disc 2, put disc 2 in. You'd have to go through all 16 discs, and then at the end, typically, you wouldn't need another disc to run the game. You could leave the discs out, but every now and then it would ask you to put disc 1 back in, or a certain disc back in after the install, and then you could play. I used to go to the flea market back in the day, and they used to have shareware. You used to be able to go to whole tables, and there'd be bins and bins and bins of shareware discs, and we used to get early what would be oh, I found Flurb, and he's gray, and he's aggroed by somebody that's not me. Damn it, the other group got him. You buggers. I knew they were running past me for a reason. He spawned like right across the road from them. That's the same group. They ran back and forth here 3 or 4 times. They might have been the ones that were jumping picks. That's our mob. See what I mean? One other group. One other group and it tanks the whole evening. Now they'll run back up this way or they'll call out. But he spawned down there. That's not even marked. He spawned right here. He was right there. Yes, here they come back up. You buggers. I didn't have a chance. I couldn't have got there. He spawned like right across the road from them. I mean, should we stand down there now? I have no idea. I think Bang said he was going to go to 2. So if Bang goes to 2 and sees him, we're in an open zone. We can just flip over to that pick. So we could stay and watch this one, if he doesn't mind, while he's watching that one, and then we can just flip back and forth wherever. or do that. Or do that. I don't mind. I don't mind sitting. I mean, you guys as the viewers might mind, but I don't mind. As long as we get this done. 2 is gone. Oh no. Yeah, I'm only seeing a Fear Out 1. We need 3 more people to come into the zone. If we could get 3 more people to come into the zone, it'll pop a 2. Okay, Bang, stay. If you're by the zone, stay there. You just jumped in, and now there's 25. If we get another person in here, there'll be a 2. Okay, there's 23 at the moment. Trying to see if I can get some people. Ah, interesting. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. I considered looking at that Black Myth Wukong. I haven't quite made up my mind yet if I want to try it out. There's so many games, man. And I keep getting drawn into this one. I gotta spend time in Seoul. We definitely gotta go into Seoul U6I. Maybe we'll try and do that in the weekend. See if we can put a lengthy crawl in. I need to find a full group with people that'll stay longer than an hour. I had, excuse me, I had 4 different people asking me to go to permafrost tonight. I'm like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. We've already gotten most of these updates. I need this update. I thought we'd get the Nagafin tonight, but these pHs have been a problem. That's the same model I use, Vec. Oh, looks like you have a pH. Yeah, okay, that'll work. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. Man, I cannot wait to start farming soul. I got a few people already on the bench that I can get a hold of. I think this weekend. I think we can make a serious crawl of it this weekend. We just need to hope RNG is in our favor. I don't have any interest right now in playing an alt either. I was thinking about it because I thought I might consider the swashbuckler. I don't think I will, though. I think there's just going to be too much to do. I don't really care about the adventure packs. When the adventure packs come out, I'll run them for the guild. But being level 50, there's not going to be anything in there worthwhile. Maybe there's some kind of appearance that'll trigger the Barbie in me. But for the most part, there's nothing there. So really, I don't really have a whole lot on the docket until December. Yeah, for sure, man. I agree. Bum, bum, bum. Excuse me. What are they talking about in chat? Pardon me. Question, do you genuinely believe that PvP in EQ2 is skill-based, or is it just another way for elite players to dominate and ruin the experience? No, it's skill-based. Are you kidding? Has that person even PvP'd in this game? Dude, Battlegrounds is all about tactics. You can't just steamroll in battle... Dude, come on. People need to stop talking about stuff they've never done. Battlegrounds was fantastic, man. I used to make sure to get the full set of armor for the tank. Do they have... They might have... Let me see. Where's the armor? Oh, it might not be here. It might be on the other servers. Some appearance items. Armor. Plate. Oh, that's not it. No, that's not it. I guess they don't have it on the server yet. I'd show you if I was on my main. My Krushnek main, I'd show you. You missed Battlegrounds when they killed it? Dude, Battlegrounds was so much fun. I loved Battlegrounds. I mean, for me personally, it got tiring after a while, because you guys know I'm more of a PvE person. But dude, Battlegrounds when you're with the right people? Oh, dude, we had some drunken weekends, man, in Battlegrounds. That was just hilarious. Just hilarious. Type of person usually gets slammed in PvP and now suffers from it. What's going on, Lazy? They couldn't afford to make new instances and balance it. Probably. I got him. I'm holding them. Flip over. Sorry. My auto attack's off. He might be dotted. He looks dotted. Oh, he's good. That's okay, man. We'll wait. We got him now. Fantastic. Is he wearing a helmet but in bare feet? He's wearing a helmet, but he's in bare feet. See his toes. In case anybody's wondering, we're holding the mob right now instead of killing it because Bang's not here and Bang needs the update as well. So we need to wait for Bang to get here. So Vec is keeping the mob engaged. You were right, Vec. You called it, man. He spawned near me. Oh, we have the courser, too. I haven't been on the courser in a few days. Maybe we'll spend some time on the courser, too. I need to follow my own guidelines and get the courser at least to level 30. So I can get a good idea. There we go. Okay, so now, oh, we gotta go back to Freeport, right? Yikes. What's our easiest way to get there? We gotta go to, it's East Freeport, right? We have to go to the bar at the docks. Yeah, East Freeport. What's the best way into East Freeport? The sewers, right? I think there's a sewer on the west side of the zone. I believe Bang is good. Right? Being a mystic, I think you're from Kinos. I don't think you've done the betrayal quest. I think I'm the only one that did the betrayal quest. Spralta Serpent to Thieves. Right, okay. Oh, that zone is full. Okay. Going to 2. Guards are gray. Where, in Freeport? Not as of yesterday, they weren't. I think we died 3 times to the guards. We died twice anyways.
Hello.
Thanks, Vec. I think we just need 1. Oh, and Furot. Gotcha. I like that max distance allows you to see the mountains over there.
Greetings.
Excuse me. I wish the electrified had a animation to it. It seems like it should have like lightning that, you know, zips up the blade. Where are we going? This way, right? Nope, not this way. Isn't it that one? Serpent Sewer? Yeah, it's that one. I always get turned around here. I think I've only ever leveled through this zone once. And I believe it was when I first started the Dirge, back during live. I think. I remember we came down here because there was a lot of stuff to pull. Okay, we need... This is east here, right? Yeah. Okay, so we need to get to the tavern. Can we jump over? Oh, we can jump over this. Perfect.
Well met. Greetings, traveler. Well met.
And now back we go. Now, the guard just went by there. Right there. Is he aggro? No, he's gray. Wait, so can we just use... Yeah, we could just use the bell here, right? Hey, Stogrim, you interested in... Oh, Space... Dude, were you here when we played Space Marines 1 on stream? I enjoyed that, man. I haven't seen the trailer for Space Marines 2 yet. I mean, I really enjoyed the first one. I want to play the second one. I don't know anything about it. I should look it up. Gamescom is this weekend, isn't it? Gamescom might have some information. I saw the Borderlands 4 teaser. I knew Borderlands was coming anyways. Where am I going? Neck. I'm excited for Borderlands 4. I'll definitely be playing Borderlands 4. Definitely. Hands down. I'm a huge Borderlands fan. Huge. I've loved them all. Even the Tales from the Borderlands were really good. The movie, not so much. Apparently the movie is very not so good. I don't have any interest when I found out years ago that they cast Kevin Hart as what's his name? Why does his name slip my mind? The soldier. I just had his name and forgot it. Think so. Want to see more of the Doom MMO? Wait a minute. What? What? Doom has an MMO? You mean Doom, the first-person shooter? Like Quake? Doom and Quake? Doom has an MMO? Oh, Dune. I was like, okay. I was like, that'd be crazy. I mean, that would pretty much just be Serious Sam. If Doom had an MMO, we're talking Serious Sam. Dude, Serious Sam was a blast too. We used to have LAN parties back when you didn't have full-fledged internet. So we would pack up our 60-pound computers and take them to a friend's place on a Friday night. Stay over there and then set everything up Friday night. And then Saturday, gather around the table or the den or what have you with the 4 or 6 computers and sit and just have a phenomenal time. LAN parties were where it was at, man. Used to LAN party Serious Sam. Talk about fun. I don't know if you guys ever played Serious Sam or not. It was a multiplayer first-person shooter where you jumped in. It was like one of the first games that was like Left 4 Dead. You know, you could play up to X number of players at the same time. It spawned you in the map, and then as you played through the game, gradually over time, it kept sending more and more enemies at you until there were just hordes and hordes and hordes coming from all directions. Dune is gonna... How you gonna MMO Dune? Like, you can't have the worms as raid bosses because the planet was made up of worms. So you can't say, oh, there's just one badass worm, Slimy the Worm, you know, at level 50. How are they gonna do an MMO at a Dune? That's weird. I gotta remember to mend this time. Maybe you join a house. You can be like Atreides or Harkonnen. Or the Fremen. Yeah. Yeah, I guess, but are there... man, I don't know how they would do it. Would they do it like... Have you guys ever played Elder Scrolls Online? ESO in the beginning, you had 3 factions to pick from. And whatever faction you picked, you played through the other 2. Oh, I goofed. I think it was here. Yeah. Goofed again. Going to combine MMO elements with... Oh, survival crafting? Oh, okay, so the worms are gonna, like, attack you. It'd be like 7 days to die. Or, like, Rift, I guess. Or Ark. Ah, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Can you become a worm rider? Oh, that's interesting. That might be, I guess, that might be a late game situation. Okay, ready? Let's go in and see how this goes. I just brought him out of the water so we wouldn't inadvertently pull a bunch of stuff. Well, congratulations, people. Stein is done. Yeah, but that's easy. I mean, we all have crafting at level 9 in some respect, so again, congratulations. You need evac totems. The EQII, you need gate potions. You just spent the last 2 hours farming and cooking in Lord of the Rings Online? Man, I haven't played Lotro in, God, it's gotta be 20 years. Maybe it's not 20 years, but from whenever it launched. I made it to before Mordor, and then when I think I said this a couple nights ago, but when they announced they had no intention on getting us into Mordor, I was like, okay, I'm done. I had my max level tune, and I didn't want to stay in the game. I think it took them like 3 years to come out, 3 or 4 years to come out with the expansion. And they finally came out with, what was it called? Gates of Mordor, I think, or something. I never went back. I had a max level fighter there, though, whatever the fighters were called. They weren't called fighters. I forget what they were called. And then I remember they had the lifetime. They didn't have it in the beginning, but towards the end of the timeline before Mordor, they did the whatever it was, the $300 or $400 lifetime subscription. I think they were the first game to do it. I think because they were desperate for the money. They wanted to get as much money as possible before the population fell off. So they offered a lifetime subscription. I remember because I said no. I didn't have any interest. I didn't have plans to go back if we weren't going to go into Mordor.
Well met.
I always thought lifetime subs was an interesting feature, but my problem was they typically there weren't many of them, but the ones that were available typically came late into the development, and I mean they were all rooted into the fear of losing people. Excuse me. It was more of a retention tactic than anything. Because we're rain checking Soli. Yeah, we don't have time to crawl Soli tonight. That's like a 2 to 3 hour event. And yes, I understand there are shortcut players, or players set up for pulls, but I don't have any interest. I would prefer to crawl. Make an evening out of it. There's a number of situations where I don't like shortcuts. And if we have to crawl a dungeon to get to a quest update, I prefer to crawl the dungeon. Now, I say that coming from somebody who has the gear shortcut. I get that. Obviously, we'd use that to start, but it's still a crawl. It's still a big enough zone. You gotta remember, Solai is like 7 levels. Or 6 levels. Plus Nagafin's Lair. Look at the beveling on the shield, man, right now. That's fantastic.
Salutations.
The light is so bright. Can't see Luslan. Luslan's up there. I see they're doing their what is it? The charity thing? The what's it called? Extra Life charity event. I see they've added goals for the Origin server. I believe initially the Origin server wasn't going to see anything, but now I guess they have a breakdown for XP bonuses based off of money raised. I don't know if they'll get there, but they might. I think top award is like 15% XP. That's when you want to level an alt. Whenever they finish, and there's going to be an XP bonus of some sort. Okay, Deadly, have a good night.
I'll give you a head start before I start yelling for the guard.
Greetings, traveler. At your sir. Well met.
What do I craft this on? It's not an engraving desk, is it? I don't craft. Oh wait, workbench, right? Workbench makes the... Yeah, I think it's workbench. That's not the merchant. Basic coal is just coal, right? This is the forge. It's all forged machines. That's an engraving desk. Where are the workbenches? See, I don't craft. There we go. Oh, it's a glimmering stone. Boo. Alright, I gotta go to the broker.
I found it. Where did I put that ledger? It must be around here somewhere.
I'll give you your flowers back, man. It's a glimmering stone.
Traveler, we have the finest supplies to fill your adventuring needs.
Oh, no worries, no worries. I didn't know. Come on, durability, what are you doing? Oh, it's all progress. Oh, that's some bad luck right there. Oh, there we go. Yay, useless item. For me. Place the mounting. And it goes in the house.
Welcome. What can I help you with?
Another one bites the dust. Does it vendor? Good question. 40 gold. Wait, is that because it's mounted? Nope, same no matter what.
Come to gaze upon me, have
You can't sell it back. You got 5 copper. Dude was gonna buy it for 40 gold. I don't know what to tell you. I can't sell my heritage quests, man. I know you can buy them back from the swashbuckler, but you buy them back for 3 times the price, and I'm not gonna have that kind of money. So, it goes in the house. All of them. They go in the house. Oh, you know what? Oh, you know what? Oh, fantastic. Okay, hang on. We gotta... How do I guess I could just put it right next to it. There. Perfect next to the keg. I'll take it. What we drink out of. They fixed... Oh, there was a bug? Yeah, Ben was just saying he was getting 5 copper. What else do we have? We don't need that. That all can be sold. I think we don't need another one of those, right? 58, 77. You know what? We'll hold on to it just in case. Anchor we don't need. Alchemist, Jeweler, and Tailor we don't need. Vials we don't need. And the rest of it is some kind of quest related. That can go in the bank, that can go in the bank, that's garbage. What is this? That's garbage. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, what else can we work on? Well, rescue we can't do until we can run DFC again. And apparently run it properly. There's an eye for power. We just have to run around the zone looking for the gems, right? We could probably start that. These are kill updates. I'd rather have more people for these. Teachings of Yoru. We still need to find 3 of the monks. Never finished the Heart of Fear or Summoning the Creator. We didn't do Maltena either. That flags us for Neck 2, right? I think. Working on an eye for power. Me and my whiz friend would probably want to join you if you have space. Well, as far as I know, it's just me for now, but it would just be... I think I'd just be after the ground spawns right now. I don't know if I have time. I'd have to look up the quest to see what the whole quest line is. See what kind of time I have. But I'll definitely head to Everfrost and see about getting these gems. Let me look that up. So we go and find the 4 shards. Okay, yeah, so we'd only be doing the first step because the ring events I won't have time for. I vaguely remember this one. Oops, this one was a nuisance. Why do I keep losing that? I think my mouse is broken. Every time I click chat, I keep losing it, and I think what's happening is I think my mouse is double clicking when it should be single clicking, and I have to keep fixing it. Man, the detail on the shield just blows my mind every time. I know I've mentioned it 3 times tonight, but man, this is man. I wish that the game would have looked like this 20 years ago. It might have kept more people. There's a cool shield image that has, like, Spartans in formation on it. Really?
Hello.
Oh, I put all my shields in the bank. I don't know if I have it or not. I know I have the troll shield out of Fallen Gate, the Warlord Defender. That's got, I don't know whose face is on the shield. There's clearly a face on the shield, and I think it's troll based. There's Valen's Rest. Inneruk. You might be right. That might be who it is. I mean, it is Neriak, right? Like, Fallen Gate is old Neriak. Or I guess they call it New Neriak. One or the other. I think you're right, though. I think it's Inneruk. I'm trying to remember the faces from EQ1, and I want to say it looks like Inneruk. Old Neriak, that's it. I thought it was New Neriak. Yeah, I can't remember. Regardless, it's Neriak inside Fallen Gate. In case anybody didn't know. Like, even the trees have more detail. Right? The trees look like trees. Like the bark stands out. Wait a minute, Krista the Fury? Have I known you for like 20 years? You gotta be the same Krista. You've always played a Fury on every server you've been on. I know you.
I greet you.
I've known a Krista Fury for a very long time. Yes, my memory is that good. So, haha. You're sitting there going, I can't believe he remembers me. I remember you. I remember people. You had an ad? What I was saying is I know you. Krista as a Fury. I've known you for like 20 years. I remember you from Permafrost. Where are we going? Oh, Everfrost, right. Yeah, Permafrost. No, Permafrost the server, Everfrost the zone, right. Yeah, I remember you, see? My chat's sitting there going, how the hell does he remember somebody from 20 years ago? They weren't in my guild, but I remember Krista the Fury. I've seen Krista the Fury on multiple Insomnia. Weren't you always in Insomnia? I didn't know Insomnia was on the server. See, people don't think. Krushnek pays attention. Krushnek pays attention. Here, if you got a group... Oh, okay, I was going to say, if you had a group, where's your friend? You said you're bringing a friend? Or is it just us? He's AFK at the moment. Okay, I have no idea where we're looking, but I'm sure the map icons will tell us. I picked up one of the shards up here. The red shard. I gotta look for all the other shards. I have no idea. I think they're in all the different areas, right? Okay, the white shard's over there. Green shard's there. Blue shard down. Blue shard's there. Okay. Do you need all 4 shards? We'll go for the red one first, and then we'll work our way around. Yeah, I've grouped with you half a dozen times. Most of the times they happen during Canark. All I need is a person's name and their class, and I know who they are. The Dirge that main tanked in my guild 20 years ago is on this server under the same name. They sent me a tell a couple nights ago. That was phenomenal. I didn't think I'd see anybody from the guild ever again. I still keep in contact with my main tank Templar and my main tank Warden. That's been a 20-year relationship. You guys in chat better be impressed. That's some good memory right there. People say your memory gets worse with age. They're full of shit. Okay, so the red shard might be up here. I don't know if I can see it once I've looted it. Oh, I don't see it here. Alright, Stogrim, have a good night, man. What else do we have for a marker? Oh, the Dark Cleanse family update is over here. Fantastic. Got that out of the way. What else we got? Frostburn. Scouting, scouting. Frostburn, barrel spawn. I don't think these would mark the shard. I'm pretty sure the shard... Oh. Red shard, red shard. Okay, so it looks like they can also spawn down here. Now, I believe you have to look pretty close. Someone pointed the red shard out to me the other day, and I didn't see it until I went into first person. Trying to dodge all the aggro. Might be a red shard around here. I don't know if I can see it. Oh, you got aggro. Sure, I'll go ahead and aggro everything. Were you on Varsoon, Krista? Have you been, like, playing non-stop over the years? Ah, okay, gotcha. So you're like me then, you came back for the nostalgia? Came back just before TOT and played on Halls of Fate. Okay, gotcha. Okay, where else do we have? So it looks like the red shard can spawn all over this area. But again, shortly before fall. Okay, gotcha. So this whole area here where we're at, I would look on the ground. I'll just try and dodge aggro. I don't want to pull everything. We trip over. No aggro, no aggro, no aggro. I think... Oh, here we go. Over here. Over here. Got one for you. I've already got this one, so I don't need it. Okay, so that's one red one. Now, do your friends need them also? We're gonna be looking... Oh, shoot. What did I aggro? Oh, he just showed up. You bugger. How rude. Okay, let's keep looking. Now, we don't want to go too far over. Oh, you bugger. Oh, it's unnamed. Great. Oh, that might be lucky. Maybe we'll get a master somebody can actually use. What does that look like? Garbage. Wow, grats whoever. Jane. I am not seeing... Wonder if it's over here. Not there, not there. Oh, okay, gotcha. I don't think it can spawn up on these platforms. I'm pretty sure it spawns on the ground. And I thought it instantly moved to a different location. Oh, here it is. Oh, do we need another one then? I thought it was just that one. But Stab just looted that one. So we need another one because you guys went and got it from Mystique, right? Oh, it timed out. Oh, okay, I didn't know. I didn't know they were on timers. That's a nuisance. Trying not to aggro the lizards. Boo. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. On to the next one. I think we can just go through the cave over here. Just gonna leash this guy. Don't bother fighting him. Alright, Vec, have a good night, man. There's the first white shard. That's pretty lucky. Alright, let's go find the next one. That was just waiting for me. Now, I don't think it spawns near the tents. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they're out in the open. Blue shard is near the tree. Oh, I guess, yeah, since we're here, right. I forgot, it's just two adjoined areas. I forgot the stuff out here was blue. Okay, so what we can do here, we'll find it. I'll grab everything and pull it away. You can loot it, and then we'll look for the next one. And, you pull them all away. I'm gonna aggro them anyways. I didn't see it around there. Let me run these guys off. I grabbed like all of them. Okay. Uh-oh. Come on now. Sprint out of range. They all leashed. Beautiful. What are we saying? Oh, ice burn? Alright, we can pull them. Where'd Stab go? Oh, is he stealthed? I was trying to put a spell on him, but it says he's out of range. Boo. Boo, 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 boo. Alright, Shard. Where you be? Not over here. It's not there. Interesting. Are there any spawn points in the previous area? White shard, white shard, white shard, white shard. Nope, that's clearly the white shard area. Blue, blue, blue. Why are we not seeing it? Have any of you found one? This is strange. It's not stacked. Not stacked on the resources. Frigid, frigid, frigid. Nope. What is that? Examine scroll? Oh, no thanks. Don't need a quest. I need a shard. Did I just get aggro? I just got aggro. Still looking. Okay, you got one. Perfect. Go ahead and pick that up. At least we know they're spawning here. It doesn't despawn? Wait, we all loot the same shard? Oh, you're right. It just stays there. Oh, I didn't know that's how it worked. Okay, so we need to go back an area, because you guys need your white shards. And then we'll go get the, what is it, the green shard? Green shard. Oh, okay, you guys already got the, okay, gotcha. Right, stays up. I keep forgetting. Oh no, time to get knocked down by spiders. Freaking pains in the asses. That's perfect. You go ahead and aggro them. And that way my big arse doesn't trip over them. How did you dodge that one? What? Apparently. It seems like I need to lose weight. Oh, that looks interesting. Maybe we'll take that just for the appearance. Found it. Now, unfortunately, I can't stick around for the next part. It is after 1, and I have work in the morning, and I have to log now. Okay, stream. That's going to be it for me. As I just said, it's after 1 a.m. I've got to get to bed. I've got work in the morning. I'm not sure what the game plan is for tomorrow. Tomorrow being Thursday, more than likely we'll be back in Norath again, real life permitting. I don't know what the game plan is. We might work on some more heritage quests. I might actually get around to putting together a Soul Eye group, and maybe we spend the evening crawling Soul Eye. We do need to get to Nagafin. We got to start Fire and Ice, or pick that up. Anyhow, as always, if you're new to the channel, if you enjoyed your time here and you feel like you might stop back again, and you haven't already, feel free to hit the follow button, of course, to be notified the next time I go live. Other than that, I'm out. You guys have a good night, and I hope to see you on the next stream. Take care.